Okay, shall we start? Please stand up. Okay, as usual, please hold the palm. One palm to the Buddha. Okay, first prostration. Okay, second prostration. Okay, third prostration. Okay, one mouth to the Buddha again. Okay, please stay seated.
同学们起立，向师父上问讯。
OK， 用心讲哦。OK， take a seat， take a seat。
谢谢师父。
Okay, as usual, shall we recite the 观音菩萨圣号 ？Okay, please hold the palm and follow me. 南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音 菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观世音菩萨南无观 世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。Okay, please follow me to recite the Shakyamuni name for 3 times. Namo本师释迦牟尼佛。Namo本师释迦牟尼佛。Namo本师释迦牟尼佛。Okay. Okay, good morning all brothers and sisters. Okay, the time is already Friday, Chinese New Year over, so back to study. Okay, first thing, just to remind everybody, except today's lecture, we still got 2 more lessons to go. All right, next month we still got 2 more lessons. Now, as you know, recently the news from the Singapore Task Force, they have slowly, gradually going to ease the curve. If nothing go wrong, I think it starts from 4th of March. They allow more people coming for the class. Having said that, as you know, usually people like you used to come here, you will come, right? I think most of people, they disappear, they e-learning or whatever. But anyway, depending on organizer, they will probably encourage, if they allow more people to come in for the class, then for what I know, your class now left about 80-something students. Right, I think they already changed in permanent, because initially, if you can recall, last year we started from module 1, right, at the 7th floor there, you can see 140 students, more than that, the big hall there, they sign up for the class. So as you know, slowly people are, I don't know whether my teaching is no good or, a lot of things happen, pandemic, so drop out, or they, left only 80-something, according to the organizer. Although they didn't come here, but they are still e-learning. Just like last lesson, around 20-something, 30 students here. So the rest of them, according to the organizer, he told me still got 40-something e-learning online, live one. Okay, so not too bad. They are still learn through computer. But if you all can come back, if the situation under control, of course, we encourage you all to come back, because e-learning is different one, right? You are in the class, that will be different, a lot of difference, okay? So this is the first thing. So second thing, just to remind you, the next lesson will be 6th of March. Then we'll see whether can more students come in for the class. And the module 3, as for module 3, I think they told me, I think 80-something. I think most of y'all continue, but few, they come in to join. I think so. So it'll be around 80-something, around there, all right? So that's for module 3. Okay, so when it comes to module 3, I will tell you, it will consist of how many lessons. Definitely will be more. As I told you, the last chapter is very profound one, and quite lengthy, need more time to cover. Okay, so back to the class. Please turn to page 164. Okay, just to have a quick one to recap what I have taught you all for the previous lesson, last lesson. Now, as you know, the Dharma common to the 3 vehicles, right? 3 vehicles refer to the, Sravaka, Pratyeka Buddha, and Bodhisattva. All right, these are the 3 vehicles. So the main teaching, of course, like today, this morning, going to cover dependent origination. All right, in Chinese called Yanqi. But before you do that, this is considered, belongs to the 3 study under wisdom. As you know, what are the 3 study? Precepts, concentration, and wisdom, 戒定慧. So basically, these are the fundamental teaching, very fundamental one in Buddhism. as a lot of people ask you, are you belongs to Pure Land, Zen, Buddhism, or what method are you using, the kind of things for cultivation, cultivate the Dharma. But in general, we can classify all whatever you practice the Dharma or something like that can be classified under, this so-called like tree study, right? Because these tree study are very fundamental, right? Regardless whether you are lay people or you are monastic people like me, we need to observe the ethical codes, the moral, this is called precepts, stopping evil and doing good. I told you that's the definition in Buddhism. And, in order to control, sometimes we are very impulsive, so we need to calm down, so therefore concentration, think coming in, right? So these precepts and concentration is so-called like the two pillar support in order to, we cultivate or practice wisdom. So as you know, we can just, I ever told you before, if you draw in the triangle, this is to show that among the three, the relationship among the three, this tree study, for instance, this one wisdom, okay? And this is precept, and this is concentration, right? So we need these two to support. And now we are going to cover this so-called like wisdom, because we already explained to you all the precepts, right, previously, and also the concentration, right? Talk about the first jhana, second jhana, in the realm of form, in the realm of form, there's another highest, so-called the highest concentration. But according to Master Yin Sun, at least if you can have this so-called like the peripheral concentration, without think, that will be more than enough in order to do the contemplation, then to have a wisdom, right? I told you before, right? So have equivalent just to have some revision. So this morning I'm going to cover wisdom. Now, just to highlight to you, as far as the three vehicles are concerned, this so-called like wisdom, of course, wisdom very important, is a feature in Buddhism, right? That's a different reform between Buddhism among the region, Buddhism compared with other region. So our feature in Buddhism is wisdom. Only wisdom can counteract mental defilement, or we call it affliction, fanao. All right? And this wisdom, not just to worshipping, praying, but in terms of cultivation, 修行, cultivate the Dharma. That's the reason why you want to attend the class. All right, now that those people go to SBL or Waterloo Street, all right, to make sure you have the first one to worship to the God or Guan Yin, 头炷香, the incense, chopstick, and 补运, something like that. So in Buddhism, we believe in karma. All right, as you learned it before, right? And now we are having the pandemic. We are facing all those kind of problems, pandemic, and it's called shared karma. Everybody living in this planet, in this earth, in Singapore, right? Share karma. You also learn it in Module 1. So it's good for you to know the Dharma. So when you do the chanting, when you join the retreat, when you practice meditation, you know what is going on. So more meaningful. All right? It can be more focused. It will be more dedicated. More passion. Everything come in. Right? If you do know nothing, just blind faith, follow blindly, then you become very superstitious. And superstitious for the long term, you won't gain any benefit. We won't solve our problems. That's for sure. And I told you before, spiritual power cannot override karma. Can you remember? Spiritual power cannot override karma. Only wisdom. Right? I told you before this one. Just at this one, circle. This is confusion, means affliction. And this is karma. And this is suffering, dukkha. 过业苦 in Chinese. Why we suffer now? Why we having the karma to suffer now? Because due to confusion, we confuse. We don't have the wisdom. Right? Okay, back to the textbook, page 164. Okay, so if now to this morning we're going to cover wisdom. Very important, wisdom, 智慧. In Sanskrit called prajna. Right? Prajna, wisdom. 智慧 in Chinese. Prajna in Sanskrit. 般若 or poro, All right, up to you to pronounce. Can you see the verse 94? The Buddha told Ananda that, you know Ananda? Anand told, one of the 10 chief disciples of Buddha. All right, he used to listen more to the Dharma, from the Buddha. When you I think Ji Buddhist Lodge, now in the main hall you can't see already. But if you go to Gongde Tan, they moved the statue. Last time when I was young, I was here. The 3 statue, Amitofo. I think do have the Mahakasyapa, Ananda. You look at the Sakyamuni Buddha, 2 disciples. I don't know whether here you have one very old one. You see the eyebrow, very thick one, white eyebrow, and look very seriously, and very old one. The one Mahakasyapa, Dajia. The other one younger. You see the bald head one, the young bhikkhu. That one is called Ananda, or none. These 2 are the 10, one of the 10 chief disciples, photo the 10大弟子 of the Buddha. Okay? So Buddha told Ananda that the meaning of dependent origination is profound. 精深, 很深, very profound. So now shall we take a look on the PowerPoint here? All right? Of course, according to textbook, will explain to us according to Master Yin Sun. Now, in terms of 缘起, only Buddhism talk about 缘起, but not other religion. Okay? Patya Samuppada. This is in Sanskrit. Patya Samuppada. Now, Patya Samuppada in Sanskrit commonly translated as dependent origination in English. Some translated dependent arising. But if you ask me, if based on Chinese 缘起, should be dependent origination. 缘起, the original one. If it dependent arising, if you literally translate from Chinese to Chinese is actually 延伸, but 缘起延伸 slightly different. So dependent origination or dependent arising. Of course, here they use dependent arising in general, but strictly speaking, there are some different. It's a key doctrine in Buddhism shared by all schools of Buddhism. Because this is very fundamental. We're talking about Theravada common 3 vehicles, right? You move on to the Mahayana Buddhism, great vehicles, all have to talk about dependent origination because these are the fundamental teaching in Buddhism. Now it said that all dharmas, that means all fundamental things in the phenomena, arise in dependence upon other dharmas. And this is the definition. Later on we refer to the textbook, you will know. If this exists, that exists. 此有故彼有 in Chinese. This is the definition of dependent origination. If this ceases to exist, that also ceases to exist. 此无故彼无 in Chinese. So if you want to know the definition of dependent origination, this is one of them. Okay? So the basic principle is that all things, dharma or phenomena in bracket, arise in dependence upon other things. In other words, in short, all things are dependent on causes and condition. 因缘 Chinese 佛法讲因缘，佛教讲因缘， Buddhism talk about causes and condition. I give you an example. You come here for Dharma class, also depend on causes and condition. Right? Depend on good causes and condition because everything smooth, transportation, then you will be able to arrive here. And today you have free time to come here. And today you are healthy to come here. And today you are very happy to come here, not forced to come here. Something like that. So all these are causes and conditions, 因缘. Why she married to him? Why he married her? All these are causes and conditions. Why you come to Buddhist Lodge? Also depend on causes and conditions, 因缘. Why you come into the class, you know me, I know you? Also 缘分, depend on causes and conditions. Right? So a lot of things depend on other things. No, just solely so independent things. No, you can't find. And because of that, things are impermanent. Because it's beyond our control, we have to depend on other things. A depend on B and C and whatever to form A. Right? And if we talk about pandemic going to over, that have to depend on humans behavior. Everybody observes social responsibility. Right? And you see the forum, sorry, this is just an example. I've read the Straits Times, when? Yesterday or the day before yesterday. And the one of the guy wrote in, he said, why government to ease the curve so fast, I mean, everybody can have more, sort of like more gathering or something like that, suddenly relax a little bit. Despite the fact that now, in the past few days, yesterday dropped about 2,000 something, still got 16,000 something. If you base on Singapore population, that is quite high figure, no? Singapore is about 5.7, dropped to 5.75 million, dropped to 5.5 million people. Because after during pandemic, I think we lost 2.2 million population gone. Not they all die. They probably migrate to other country or whatever. Well, I don't know. Newspaper, just like that. And now Hong Kong came out the 5th wave. Right? And people have to lie on the bed outside the hospital. If you read the news, and the weather so cold, Hong Kong and China now in the north are very cold. That's why you see the most important thing is they make sure that health system is under control. You have enough bed for the patient. Right? Because Omicron, you know that hopefully it's become flu just like SARS, Hopefully the variant has become not so serious. Right? So they ask you to do ART test yourself, do your self-isolation. But if you want to play the ball, you should do the ART test before you come here. Just to play safe. Good for you, good for other people, right? 1 week to 1 time. And government provide, but some you have to buy. But now the price dropped to $4 something, less than $5. Right? I read the newspaper, so I know everything. I not only just read the Dharma books only. Right? Okay, back to the textbook. Now, so this dependent original, why is so profound? Why is it so profound? Because we see the thing, among all those things in the phenomena, we don't know what is their relationship among them. You know, but you wouldn't appreciate the thing. You didn't realize what is happening. And this is called very profound. Because what we see on the surface, right? The thing's still there. You see, 1 month before, this cup still the white one. Still contain of plain water I can drink. This table no change. Seems like no change. This computer also seems like everything okay. This is only we see the surface through our naked eye. But actually, in actual fact, these things are deteriorating, changing. We don't know. I know. And why is changing? Because are impermanent. And why is changing? The things are changing so fast because of things are depend on other factors. Once you depend on other factors, it's beyond our control already. Right now, that's why Buddhism don't believe in God is a creator. Because God is the only one. Before God, nobody. Right? So He can control. But having said that, do you think God can control? But this pandemic, how come He cannot control? Of course, according to them, they say God punish you, something like that. We are not criticizing, just to tell you the difference. And that's different from Buddhism, what Buddha taught us. Right? Okay, back to textbook. Okay, so subsequently here, according to the verse here, is a definition of dependent origination. 缘起的定义. So what you say? When this exists, that exists. When this arises, that arises. 此有故彼有,此生故彼生 in Chinese. Right? It's just like very simple example. Because of father and mother, I born in Singapore. This exists, this father exists, right? Then the parent exists, then you exist. 因为他生你的嘛. Right? When the condition is not there, you also know that, no more here. Right? When this ceases, that also ceases. Right? So that is the definition of dependent origination. So we are dependent on each other, no? I depend on you, you depend on me, no? Correct or not? Right? It's a simple logic. I depend on you to attend the lecture, otherwise talking to the wall. You also depend on me, no? If no teacher teaching, you listen to who? You know what I mean? So we are dependent on each other. Nobody is independent one in this world. So you must know this relationship. So therefore, you see, I always tell the students, from another perspective, if you couldn't understand what is the meaning of dependent origination, very simple. Dependent origination, my understanding, I translate into lay people work. The dependent origination means cooperation. Because we know we are dependent on each other, so therefore we have to cooperate. We cannot live alone, you know. 我们不能单独一个 in Chinese, you know. We cannot live alone, you know. We are dependent on each other, you know. Right? So this dependent on each other means cooperation. So we cannot be so selfish. So if everybody knows this meaning, it's easier to deal with pandemic. Because a lot of people are very selfish. Right? Don't observe hygiene. Don't observe social responsibility. Therefore, the pandemic, you know, still around. The virus still around. So as a Buddhism, we know dependent on origination. I mean, as a true Buddhist, what we should behave. What is we should have in our mentality? Cooperation. No more selfishness. 没有自私的. More considerate. People happy, then you are happy. Just like your employer, your boss, he's very happy, earn a lot of money. You also good, right? You give you bonus, big bonus or whatever. Employer depend on employee, employee depend on employer. It's the same. This is a relationship in this world. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't know. Dependent origination definition, just remember by heart. Just like go to study in the university or whatever, just memory by heart. Dependent origination. If this exists, that exists. If this arises, that arises. 谁不会? Just remember by heart. Right? But how are we going to understand this definition and relate to our daily life? And this is what Buddha taught us. Right? Not just simply go to chanting, all very selfish one. Buddha, you bless me. I go to the front line. Buddha can see me clearly. If I come there or go behind, just no blessing from Buddha. You know what I mean? So everybody very selfish. Go and chop the seat. They don't care whether you're a senior citizen or whatever. I don't care. As long as I come first come, first serve. I don't let go to the old people. I don't care. 没有礼让的. Right? So, you see, all this behavior, a lot of people like that one, a lot of Buddhists, you know, those are by name only. Not true Buddhists. 不是正性的. Clear? So, everything is impermanent because it's tied up together. It depends on each other. When this factor, something happen, the other factor also happen. 对不对? So, all related to each other. 大家好，我们才会好 in Chinese. If people no good, it's just our surrounding country, right? If Malaysia, Indonesia no good, you think Singapore will good or not? If the world no good, you think Singapore will good or not? You think Singapore economy can forecast until like last year 7% whatever? We are dependent on each other, no? We are dependent on each other. Clear? So, everything is impermanent. And because of impermanent means things are subject to changes. You look at don't talk about economic, you look at the weather, climate change. You look at the weather. You look at just now we started at 9:45. Now what time? Now going to 10:20. A lot of changes, you know. Right? And because a lot of changes beyond our control, so impermanent cause suffering in Buddhism say. So here they say everything is impermanent and has no self. This also implies, what do you mean no self? This self doesn't mean that physical body. Later you see the text according to Master. This self, that means something can be controlled. But it's beyond our control, most of the thing. So Buddhism talk about no self. And you know, self is made up of 5 aggregates. In future, we'll cover it. Correct now? Or we covered before last time. So all this, you say no self. But a lot of people misunderstood. They say, no physical body, no self. No self, who are you? Sitting there. I'm not sitting here. No self. 无我嘛. And self can be permanently there, no? The true substance there, entity there. But in Buddhism, there are no true substance there. 没有实体的. All things are impermanent, unreal. Right? So here, they say no self. Because of impermanent, we talk about dependent origination, that will imply that all things are impermanent. And when we talk about impermanent, means no self. It's just a logic, you know. Because of A, then B. Because of B, then C. Logic. Right? And these are the very important and very profound teaching in Buddhism. That's why a lot of people don't understand. When people talk about no self, people will laugh at you. No self, why you are sitting here? No self, why you are eating? No self, why you go to study? Why you go to work? No self. 你就不要吃吧, you don't need to sleep. Right? People start laughing. They don't know the meaning of no self. So here, it says having only worldly conventional existence. This is a Buddhist term. Worldly, 世间的. That means all things in the world are unreal. They are subject to changes, impermanent. They are depend on each other, depend on other factors. Just as now I told you all before just now. So all this existence, that means flower, table, in Qing, or wooden fish, 木鱼, computer. All these we call it conventional existence. In Chinese called 家有 or 世俗有. Conventional existence. These are conventional thing. 假的 provisional existence, or use Buddhist terms. Provisional. Temporary only. Just like you and me in this world, you're born in this world, we are living in this world, it's only temporary only. Because one day we will die. Recently I got one student, her mother stayed in the hospice. The doctor declares that only 3 months, but some can be live longer, we don't know. There is no hope already. And she told me, say, my mother, already. I said, 90 something. Wow, inside my heart, I said, quite old already. He said, no, my mother will die. In fact, everybody will die any moment. I said, yeah, you're right. Because according to Buddhism, die doesn't mean that it must refer to old people. Young people will die also. 死没有分年龄的 regardless of ages, you know, whether old or young. Right? So, that's why you say all these things, tables, computer, microphone, everything, you, me, all things in the phenomena in this world are unreal, impermanent, all depend on each other, depend on dependent origination, and no self. Right? So therefore, you see, according to Theravada Buddhism, these 3 vehicles, they're very keen to get rid of self-attachment. You learned it before, right? 我执, 破我执. Because no self. And because of that, if they misunderstood the concept of self-attachment, 我执, they will become very pessimistic. Become very negative. You know, don't have the passion. Don't think about want to help people. Or like Bodhisattva spirit to benefit sentient being. Yeah? So, okay, now back to the textbook. So these are, I just highlight to you the implication, behind, or the meaning behind for according to the verse here. So now we see how Master Yin Sun explained to us, just highlight few things to you, then go back to read yourself. If you first time approach the Dharma, especially here talk about the dependent generation, this is very profound one. Then you read few more times, see whether you can understand or not. If not, you can ask me when you come for the next lecture. So, this I told you before, just now is under, we talk about wisdom, prajna. So can you see the subtitle here? The Eightfold Path, 八正道. So the Eightfold Path, this is one of the content of the theory, the theory of this so-called like dependent origination. They're using this dependent origination as its main theory, principle, then to go further to explain about for this, Eightfold Path. Can you see another subtitle there? Right understanding of dependent origination, 正见缘起. To an ordinary person, the doctrine of the dependent origination is simply an explanation of the affliction that brings about the karma and its friction, right? 业报. So suffering, and is explained only the continuity of birth and death. People like you and me, we are in the cycle of birth and death, 生死轮回. Even some, page 165, even some discerning Buddhist scholars have similar ideas, but this is a worldly understanding of dependent origination. How can that liberate one from birth and death? So another one's represented dependent origination as easy to understand. So the Buddha said to Ananda, he said, the true meaning of all things arise interdependently is very profound. As I say, very profound. Indeed, dependent origination is profound like the ocean, just like the ocean, 海洋, right? Ocean. It is not easy to fathom its depth. Just like go to those ocean, the sea, right, is so deep so that you cannot fathom. 你不能测量的 how deep, the water. Wow. 很深 in Chinese. Okay, few more lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, another 4 more lines. So dependent origination is the fundamental root of the Buddha Dharma, transcendence and superiority. Naturally, it is profound, extremely profound, right? Difficult to understand, extremely difficult to understand. Okay, some people cannot really fully understand it when they are facing the problems. They didn't go back, to go back to refer to the theory of dependent origination, right? Okay, 2 more paragraphs. According to the Buddha teachings of dependent origination, when this exists, that exists. When this arises, that arises. And ignorance causes action. Action causes consciousness. And this is, you learned it before, travelings, 十二缘起, the first 3. And so on, up to birth, causes aging and death. Right? If you've forgotten, you go and refer to the travelings, 十二因缘. So one should know that the mutual production, of cause and effect, and the travelings. I told you that travelings. The first one, ignorance, 无明言行，行言事 in Chinese. Ignorance, action, and all the others up to the aging and death is a sequence of dependent origination. So all these are actually, they're using the theory of dependent origination to explain. B because of A, then B. C because of B and A, then C. Something like that. 因为那个，所以有这个 in Chinese. Because of father, because of parent, 父母亲, then you are born in Singapore. I told you already, right? Just like that. So all this is the rules of dependent origination, the rules. 原则, 规则. So when this exists, that exists. When this arises, that arises. So once the understanding this, so one can delve further into the general nature of dependent origination of things. So you have to understand this one first. Okay? Next paragraph. Last paragraph, the page 165. Okay, so according to the Buddha's discourse on dependent origination, existence does not imply an inherent or permanent existence. There's no permanent existence. I told you, all these are conventional existence. I told you before, that sounds like conventional existence. Conventional means unreal, impermanent, subject to changes. But rather one that arises and passes. Therefore, the Buddha discourse speak of the arising, or, turn to next page, appearance of phenomena. So how can things exist and why do they assist, they do so only due to causes and conditions. 因缘生, right? Why we are born in Singapore? Because of our parents. That's why we are born here. We are here. Okay, so this is actually they trying to tell us. Page 167, the rest you read out by yourself. Page 167. Now, so this one they cover more lines of pages to explain on this one because these are very fundamental. If you can grasp, understood the meaning of dependent origination, when you go further, that will be easier. That's why they use quite lengthy to explain on dependent origination, the concept of dependent origination, 缘起. So there are many different explanations concerning emptiness and the non-existence to the self. Okay, so self, as I told you, that's why I say no self. Self is referred to permanent things cannot be changed through substance. Okay, so the self in this context has the meaning of mastery. You are the master, can be controlled. Being in control, just like you are the controller. So they say God control everything because all things are created by God. This is what they believe. Okay? So, mastery means making one's own decision. While being in control means being able to manipulate others. In short, the self is free, at ease, and independent. Independent. Now, no such thing can be independent in this world. Right? As I told you, we all depend on each other. Okay, next paragraph. But in the Buddha's right contemplation, such a self does not exist. Does not exist. So sentient beings are nothing more than the 5 aggregates. I told you 5 aggregates, 五蕴. That's the definition in Buddhism. Because of 5 aggregates, self, is due to 5 aggregates. And 5 aggregates means self, 我. Okay, 五蕴. The 6 sense organs, 六根 in Chinese. And the 6 element, 六界, that you studied before, right? In the previous verses. So, and the phenomena of causes and effect in the body and mind arising and having existence. Right? This is how they form a physical body, I. Okay? So, 1, 2, 3, 4 more lines here. So, in the Buddha right contemplation of impermanent and the non-existence of the self, all conditioned things, in fact, all those things in the phenomena in this world are all conditioned. Why? All due to causes and conditions. That's why I say conditioned things. 因缘生, condition. Right? So all conditioned things such as visible form are impermanent. Impermanent is suffering. Impermanent cause suffering. Why? Because things subject to changes. Alright? So, this suffering is not the self. There's no me. Right? There's no mind. Contemplation like this is called the real right contemplation. So if you contemplate in this manner, then you will get rid of self-attachment. Right? Self-attachment.我执, 破我执 in Chinese. And why we suffer now? Because we attach to self. We attach to ourselves. But no self doesn't mean there's no physical body. No self means detachment. 不要执着. In fact, we are not only attached to self, we attach to so many things. We cling on to so many things in this world. And that's the reason why it causes suffering. Okay, last paragraph, page 167. So, worldly things are part of conventional existence. I told you before, right? All those temporary exist, subject to changes. Page 167, last paragraph. So conventional means that a thing has established existence, right? And arise and exist, dependent upon causes and conditions. This is called conditioned things or conventional existence. 延伸, so they just temporarily exist. Page 168. Okay, the second paragraph. The Buddha therefore called all the impermanent, although those things impermanent, wu chang, and the selfless things that come from the cause and effect, 因果, cause and effect. Right? And this cause and effect, you see the inverted comma here, called it worldly conventional existence, 世俗假有 in Chinese. Worldly conventional existence. When you talk about worldly conventional, in fact, all those things in what we see in this world, all these are worldly conventional existence. Okay? Okay, can you see the next paragraph? Two more paragraphs. So because of the I faculties exist and interdependently and arises interdependently, you should not imagine there's a real I faculty, okay, appearing by itself, from somewhere. In fact, whatever we see through our naked eye, we are see just things on the surface. It's not the true reality. So in Buddhism, talk about the true reality, 实相. The true reality in this world is emptiness. 空. So next time we will cover sunyata later. That means unreal, 不真实的. That's why I say conventional, 假的, 假, unreal. Whatever we see, the thing is unreal. Because why you say unreal? Because the thing is not permanently exist there. 不是永远在那边, it's subject to changes. They exist only temporary, 暂时. That's why we say unreal. Clear? So, can you see the last paragraph? He said the discourse in the Extraordinary Emptiness Sutra, 胜利空经, one of the sutra, is clear enough. All things, the world as a receptacle, sentient beings, forms and mind are part of the worldly conventional existence and dependently originated existence. So that is, they are impermanent, means they are impermanent, 无常, and without self, 无我. Clear? So, this is why Buddha taught us, no self, things are impermanent. And we can realize, you can really appreciate things in the world, whether you feel it, or we see it, or we encounter it, Okay, 3 more lines, the last 2 lines there. This paragraph. This is the endless continuation, no end. No end, 没有终止. This is the endless continuation of birth and death. Okay, so the death and birth, endless transformation and endless suffering. So this is how we suffer no ending. The cycle of birth and death. Right? And because we cling on to the external object, even to ourselves. Although some people, of course, most people, they do know is impermanent, no self, dependent origination. But some people like you and me know already, but we cannot relate to our daily life, or due to impulsive, 冲动, and we cling on to it, then we start later on, regret later on, and then this is how we suffer. Okay, so this is one of the definitions. We talk about dependent origination. If this exists, that exists, and so on. Now we see, can you see the verse 95? When this does not exist, things can be happening in the other way. If what happened, this thing does not exist, 此无故彼无嘛, right? So, he said when this does not exist, it's the same logic. That does not exist. There's no parent, we weren't born in this world, right? Without our parents. So it's a simple logic. So when this ceases, 此灭故彼灭, in Chinese, that ceases. Right? Because we related to each other. B related to A, B depend on A also depend on B. Called mutual dependence, 互相依靠. Husband depend on wife. Wife also depend on husband. You cannot be separated. Once you're separated, then things will happen. Right? Then you will become divorced. 离婚 or whatever. Clear? It's just like we talk about teamwork, team spirit. If husband and wife know the theory of dependent origination in Buddhism, let's say for instance, it's good for you to establish a Buddhist family, 佛化家庭, Husband and wife will be more cooperative, more considerate with each other, Right? Try to minimize a lot of problems, I mean, if you are already Buddhist and know the Buddha teaching. So it's good for you. You will have a happy family. 快乐的家庭，幸福的家庭 in Buddhist, in Chinese. Right? So, in Buddhism, doesn't mean that we must worship to the Buddha, go to the temple and worship and do the chanting. Of course, that's a very minimum one. But on top of that, we have to know the teaching. And this is how we're going to, talk about cultivation, 修行, in order to generate wisdom. Right? Then to solve our problems. That is Buddhism. Not asking for just blessing. Not asking for spiritual power. If you're asking for blessing or spiritual power, then you go to believe in Taoism. Right? You can go to Waterloo Street, no problem. Right? So, the empty and calm nature of dependent origination has an even more profound meaning. According to here. Why the author say that? Please see the page 169. The second paragraph. So after the Buddha expounded on the dependently originated transmigration of birth and death, he addressed their extinction. Alright, just now talk about the exist arises, right? So now talk about extinction. 灭. When this does not exist, that does not exist. When this ceases, that ceases. 此灭故彼灭,此无故彼无 in Chinese. This means that the extinction of ignorance leads to the extinction of action. Right? According to traveling, 无明言行. 行 is action. So the extinction of action leads to the extinction of consciousness. 无明言行,行言是 consciousness. Right? And so on. So because of causes and conditions, dependently originated things exist, all that rely through the condition will not remain permanently unchanged. In other words, they are subject to changes. So what exists will become non-existent because it's impermanent. 有生必有死嘛. We're born in this world. Sooner or later, one day you leave the world. You die. So that which has arisen even eventually becomes completely extinct. Okay? Okay. Can you turn to page 170? The rest read up by yourself. Now, you see the first line there. Conventional, that's what I ever mentioned to you, right? Conventional existence, conventional things, and the conventional self are illusory. 虚妄的 illusion, unreal, impermanent, and empty. Empty means emptiness, sunyata, means no self. Without a self. Without a self. So this emptiness, of course, refers to nature of emptiness. Because of impermanent, because of things that are dependent on causes and conditions. 因缘生. Okay, 2 more paragraphs. If one truly contemplates impermanent and the non-existence of the self, leave affliction behind, okay, and becomes liberated from birth and death, one attains nirvana, 解脱, 涅槃, nirvana. Attain nirvana means liberation. Liberation, 解脱. Right, nirvana is 涅槃, right, in Chinese? 涅槃, nirvana. in English means liberation. Chinese called 解脱. Liberation. Okay, last paragraph of this one, page 170. Relatively speaking, dependent origination is a convention destination. This convention destination is a Buddhist term, Chinese called 假名. Right? 假名. Okay, I give you an example. Like your name, your father give you a name, right? Your parents, actually you don't have this name, no? But they give you this name. But this thing can be changed one. Some people even later on change the name, right? So it's not permanent, impermanent. And this name sometimes cannot truly reflect your personality, right? Your character. Okay? So, relatively speaking, dependent origination is a convention destination. Sentient beings cloaked in ignorance are unable to see that the fundamental nature of dependent origination is actually extinct. And they also do not know that it is only the continuity of karmic effect and are impermanent and without a self. So if you practice no self, this is how we relate the concept of no self into our daily life. You can benefit from it, but I just give you an example. If you know that there's no permanent thing, things are temporary, impermanent, even yourself also temporary only, right? So you will easily, that will help you to detach, not clean on from the outside world or you yourself personally. Right? So you will easily influenced by the external object. So that will minimize our suffering. And this is called no self. I told you before that no self means detachment, 没有执着. Why people suffer? Because they cling on to a lot of things. They attach to so many things. They have a strong desire, right? This is how they end up suffering. So back to the textbook again. Page 170, at the last paragraph here. So unable to see that fundamental nature of dependent origination is actually extinct, and they also do not know that it is only the continuity of karmic effect. They are impermanent and without a self. So you just highlight, draw the line there. Sometimes it doesn't mean that every single word you must know, right? You must highlight. This is how we learn in school. Just highlight. To me, I always highlight, draw, underline. So I know that this is the thing I need to know. Most important one. Can you see, turn to page 171? The third line there, the next paragraph. So generally speaking, Stravaka, Stravaka, Sengwen, right, listener, are enlightened gradually from impermanent. They understand of known existence of the self. Right? From understanding the known existence of the self, they stay away. If you understand, like me, you and me, if we understand no self, we will stay away from the views of I and mine. This is mine, 这个是我的I don't like you, I hate you. I know, right? Because you thought that, there's a true self here. If you know self, then you will be more considerate. You don't cling on to yourself. So, here, it says, and from self-love, and they enter nirvana. Only that we can attain liberation. Only that we can achieve happiness. Liberation, of course, we attain liberation, then we will be happy already in our daily life, in our life. So they do so, however, after truly contemplating dependent origination. Okay? So, can you see the last paragraph? We count from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 lines on the right hand side. On the right hand side, count from the bottom. The last paragraph. It says, in short, as for surpassing the relative world, just like we are living in this relative world, 相对的世间, of conventional destination and entering the absolute world from relative to absolute, 绝对的 nothing can be said, anything that is said is wrong. You say beyond word. In Buddhism, talk about the Buddha when he attained the kind of stage is inconceivable, 不可思议 unthinkable, inexpressible, 不可说 It's beyond word. I always joke with the student, I give you an example, that just like a couple, he say, I love you, you love him. They use the word love, L-O-V-E. This one cannot really express your true feeling, sometimes. The real love is beyond word one, Then they say action more than word. It depends how you behave. What is the action? You talk, empty talk only. 对吗? Hey, I love you. Then after married, I hate you, divorce. Right? If you really love him or her, that depends on your behavior. How are you going to live with her or live with him? Talk too much is actually sometimes, So the real thing is beyond word. Just like in Buddhism, talk about cultivation, right? When you're going to attain the nirvana, the kind of stage is inexpressible. 讲不出来的 You say, oh, this thing very delicious. 很好吃 very delicious. You use the word delicious. You cannot expect 100%, There's no 100%. Word is actually not 100%. 好吃不好吃 depend on yourself. Whether you eat yourself, eat yourself, you will know whether 好吃不好吃吗 You say delicious to me, it's not delicious. Like yesterday I told the student, I said, when a group of people, friends or whatever, some people take it very seriously. If you can avoid the topics, when you talk about politics or religion, these are very sensitive ones, When you talk about politics, religion are all very sensitive ones. So 你一讲you have a conflict already. Because different opinion, different perspective. So there's no right or wrong one, There's no right or wrong, 没有对跟错的 Right? From your perspective is right. From my perspective is wrong. Right? It's different perspective, 没有对跟错的 Like he complained, Singapore government, now budget came out already. Levy so high because I have to, 我请 foreign worker, this and that. I said, because your perspective is levy. Yeah, it's true, levy is very high. So as an employer, 受不了嘛，不会tahan嘛。And then you start to complain government, for instance. But if from another perspective, say, oh yeah, government also did help some people. You see, the tax, sorry, I'm not talking politics, but just telling you, I stayed in England for my PhD for 5 years. The VAT in England, UK, is 17.5%, You see, one day I want to repair my computer now. I don't know how come my computer spoiled already. Then I carry so heavy all the way to the town area. So I managed to find a technician, but the guy is British. Yaya papaya. And they say, this one, replace some component part or whatever. He said, £100. And I go, £100. On top of that, I said, £100. Okay, I prepared to give you £100. What to do? Because the computer spoiled already. He said, no, enough. Exclude 没有包括VAT just our GST lah. I said, how much? 17.5%. So everything in, nearly £120. £120. So VAT to England, they are 17.5, quite high, Singapore 7% at the moment, and then according to finance minister, next year 1%, and one more year 2024 1%. They split up the 2 years. They scared Singaporean will tahan. They complain a lot. You see, if government no money, I didn't say I support government. If government no money, how can you give him a lot of kind of benefit? helping poor people, give you tax kid-free one, although these are taxpayer money. And now they start to tax those people who are very rich one. You pay more income tax. If you ask me, it's fair now. You earn more, you pay more now. You see, the problem, the rich people, they start to complain already. Why should I pay more? Kind of things. You see, in other countries, they pay more. Of course, they need the taxpayer money. But just imagine those welfare states, they go and give the money to those lazy people. Don't work, because they do work also can get the money. And that's the worst part. But Singapore not too bad. I mean, they give people, helping people already. Sometimes you can work. But having said that, my student, she's a social worker. And she told me a lot of people take things for granted, Singaporean. They thought, you as a government or whatever, you should give me money. I know money, you should give me money. 他们认为是应该的嘞。I know food to eat, must provide food for me. So I don't work. Or I start to complain or pretend say, I cannot work. Lazy, don't work. But if you financially need support and you really cannot work, according to the doctor advice or whatever, then that's fair. But if you can work, then you should work. Then you work, not enough money, then I help you. You see, a lot of people, my students, she's a social worker, VWO. You see, Singapore is not welfare state. 讲到这个我就跟你讲哦。I mean, the horrible attitude. I mean, you cannot say, oh, I'm poor, then you help me, then I don't work, I shave my leg. But you're so young, you can work, why you don't work? I help you is because you not enough money. 你钱不够嘞, then I help you, no. If you can work, why you don't work? You work as a cleaner, 1,400, 1,600 nowadays, 1,200, last time only $800. Then you don't work, shaking your leg, watching television. And you still got refrigerator, everything so far. Just a normal people life. And you need the government money to support you. I'm not stupid. You're not stupid, I'm not idiot. People always say that. 你不是笨，我也不是白痴 in Chinese. Because all this money are taxpayer money. Right? Do you think it's fair to us? You pay income tax, I also pay income tax. Although I pay lesser, but still pay, You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, this is a mentality. Singaporeans are like very funny one. 那个 student 跟我讲的嘞。我说哈。But I cannot tell you 是什么人啊。These are very sensitive one. Human beings tell you one thing, So narrow-minded, I can say stupid one, low educated one. 没有佛教的缘起观 all things are depend on each other. 不是我看不起他们啊。I mean, they come mentality 脑筋中毒啊。对不对？你没有世界观呢 ，living in the small world, selfish的 ，just want to enjoy yourself 那个，你死你的事嘛，我死你也会死啊，一样的 ，we are all on the same boat 啊 ，right now. You see, you say, this has nothing to do with Dharma. This is something to do with Dharma, dependent origination. 你光靠拜拜拜阿弥陀佛，你跟着我们念观世音菩萨，说 what？ 你念很好听，很好啊。You're very focused. So what? Do you behave as 观音菩萨 spirit? Compassion? Do you have a compassion? 慈悲？念而已嘛，有什么屁用 ？In Chinese, right? You should behave. How you behave as a true Buddhist? These are more important. 很多人去拜忏拜什么东西selfish 我跟你讲，很多人，我说很多人不是全部啊。You thinking of your self blessing only, 关你去死。那你这样讲 ，if you think in this manner, you can go for chanting， 那观音菩萨就 bless 你啊！我做工，我 no time to go for chanting， 那观音菩萨 don't bless me 啊！我那边观音菩萨给我把就多岁罢了 ，differentiated mind 分别心 ，you know what I mean? So if you know the Dharma, like you and me, then this is how we should behave. Dharma cannot separate it from daily life. 佛法不离世间法的。Whatever we behave or experience in our daily life, all these are Dharma. If we can realize it, then we got wisdom. You know what I mean? I'm very outspoken and tell you the truth. 不客气，我跟你讲 ，maybe you are not happy. You see a lot of Buddhists do Chong Tao Ting, oh Buddha bless me, I worship to you or whatever. 那些做工作的要死 no time to worship, then how? Buddha don't bless them. Then this is not Buddha already. Why not? Okay, so page 171. 9, verse 96. Such was taught by the Buddha. Dependent origination from the perspective of the middle way. So this middle way, please take a look on the PowerPoint. Chinese 叫中道. Or sometimes they use middle path, P-A-T-H. Both can be done. Okay? The expressions middle way refers to the Buddhist understanding of practical life, avoiding the extreme of self-denial or self-indulgence. 一下子比如说 neither A nor B, 非空非有, neither existence nor emptiness. Because these are considered the two extremes. Okay? And middle way means we try to avoid the two extremes. And also we can talk about in terms of our mentality, our attitude. Must be neutral. Don't fall into the two extremes. Something like that. Huh? Not say I'm staying in the center. Not two corner. And it's called middle way. No. More on the mentality and our attitude. 我们的观念跟态度 in Chinese. So as long as a view of reality that avoids the extreme position of eternalism and annihilatism, 断跟残 in Chinese. So these are the two extreme views in ancient India during the Buddha time by those non-Buddhist schools, Way Tao. Right? So this is called middle way, Zhong Tao. And this is a very important teaching also in Buddhism. And this Zhong Tao also refers to dependent origination, Yan Qi, because we talk about Yan Qi, depend on causes and condition. That's why the two extremes of A and B. Right. You see, A is make up, it depends on causal condition, then form A. B also depend on B condition. A depend on A condition. But you depend on condition, as I said just now, all these are impermanent subject to changes, no self. Right? Just I mentioned it before. And this A, when B condition arises, he will become B, And this A condition arises, it become A, So it's impermanent, not fixed one, So therefore, you must try to avoid these two extremes. And this is called middle path, middle way. Clear? Simple as that in short. So dependent origination from the perspective of the middle way is not attached to the view of either existent nor non-existent or non-existent. 有跟无 existent or non-existent. Chinese called 有跟无. Existent or non-existent. 有跟无. So one can be derived from such right understanding. If we have this right understanding of middle path. Just like, the Buddha, just a Buddha in ancient India, right? Initially, gone through in the palace, kind of pleasure seeking, enjoying life in the palace. He cannot realize the truth. Then he came out for 6 years, went to asceticism, become ascetic, 修苦行. These are another extreme. He cannot realize the truth also. Only when you walk sit under the Buddha tree, a Bodhi tree, he start to contemplate the Dharma for 49 days. And he became Buddha, enlightened one. So what he did realize? He realized middle path, 中道, 他悟了中道. And he became Buddha. He became enlightened one. He realized that he shouldn't fall into the two extremes. 不能落入两边. And this is called middle path. He realized middle path. Or we can say he realized middle path in terms of he realized dependent origination, impermanent, no self. Right? Okay, can you turn to page 172? The teaching, page 172. The teaching discussed above was taught by the Buddha in the Agama Sutra. You know, these are the quite old original sutra, right? Was spoken by the Buddha, or Hanjing. You know, in Theravada Buddhism, they only recognize Agama Sutra. They don't recognize Mahayana Sutra. 他们只承认 or Hanjing because close to Buddha time. That's, you know, according to Theravada Buddhism. So, and elsewhere it's called the dependent origination from the perspective of the middle way. So the middle way is true, just without deviation and detached. Right? Don't fall into the two extremes. And detached from the two extremes of Deviant views. Deviant view means false view, 邪见. Not right views. Deviant views no wisdom. Only right views have wisdom. 智慧就是正见, right views. The contemplation of the middle way in the Buddha Dharma, which comes from the true contemplation of the dependent origination, is the Buddha fundamental stand, right, in teaching the Dharma. Okay? So therefore, true contemplation is also called the contemplation of Min, 中观 in Chinese. True contemplation. And the true Dharma, 正法, true Dharma, is also called the Dharma of the Min. Min means middle. Right? You're not deviant, fall into the two extremes. Okay, can you turn to page 174? Okay, the third line there, the last paragraph. In sum. So everything originates dependently. There's no real self. I told you already, no real. All are unreal. Okay? All delusion. All real things. So the views of existence does not arise. Page 174. Okay? Two more lines on the right side. So truly contemplating dependent origination, free of attachment to the views of existent and non-existent, so one attains liberation. So both the superior study of the wisdom, the profound prajna, and the right understanding of the Eightfold Path are the contemplation of the dependent originated, middle way. Right? Of course, the Eightfold Path, that we will cover it later. Okay? So what are the Eightfold Path? We know that right understanding, right thought, 正见, 正思维, all the way, right? To right concentration, right? Okay, can you see the verse 97? Can you see the subtitle there? Right understanding of the Four Noble Truths. Right understanding also means, in fact, right understanding also means wisdom. 正见就是智慧. This is the first of the Eightfold Path, right? So insight into the Four Noble Truths, or Four Truths, 四圣谛. Knowing the Four Noble Truths as they are, of course you must have right understanding of the Four Noble Truths, 正见四谛 in Chinese. One should sever accumulation and practice the way. So we will get rid of this so-called the cause of suffering. This is called accumulation, 集嘛, right? Four Noble Truths, right? Suffering, accumulation, extinction, path, 苦集灭道, right? 集 accumulation means the cause of suffering. We must know the reason of suffering. So without a cause, there's no effect. 没有因就没有果嘛. Suffering is an effect. So we must go back to trace back the cause. We must find out the cause. So knowing the noble, one should sever accumulation. It means know the cause of suffering and practice the way. The way means the middle path. Or in this case, we can say the Eightfold Path. And you should realize the extinction of pain, of the pain of confusion. Right? We want to extinction, 灭. We want to 灭 what? The confusion, 惑, 烦恼. In other words, you must be able to trace back the cause, the main cause. Just now was written on the whiteboard, right? Confusion, karma, suffering, 祸业苦, all this wrong. And this is how we suffer. How we have a karma, bad karma, heavy karma, 业障重. And because of confusion, because 我们有烦恼. So only wisdom can counteract confusion. Right? In Buddhism. So one should realize the extinction of the pain of the confusion. For from extinction, it means extinction me, right? It means we get rid of the confusion or mental defilement, 烦恼 or affliction, what you want to call it. And or from confusion, from extinction, one realize nirvana. And only that, then we will be able to attain liberation, 解脱. Right? So, this is roughly the meaning of this so-called of this verse. So now can you see the content here? The content inside the textbook. Can you see the page 175? Page 175. The four truths are also concerned the cause and effect. 因果, I told you before, right? Effect, cause, right? That's how it was written on the whiteboard. And the one is the cause and effect in the so-called in the mundane world, 世间的, in the worldly dharma. So the other one is a world transcending dharma, right? So next paragraph on the page 175, it said, but how can one eliminate accumulation and realize extinction? 断集正灭 in Chinese. By practicing the way. 修道. The way is the condition of realizing extinction and also means to eliminate accumulation of suffering. Okay? So knowing the Four Noble Truths and knowing the dependent origination are interrelated. They are interrelated. The 12 links of dependent origination, you learned it before, can be used to contemplate the Four Truths. Because they are interrelated. Okay, next paragraph. When the Buddha first turned the wheel of the Dharma in the deer park for the 5 bhikkhus, that's initially how he preached the Dharma to the 5 bhikkhus, 5个比丘. Initially, he taught the doctrines of Four Noble Truths. 他跟他们讲四谛. Also called the Dharma wheel of 3 turning and 12 processes. 三转12形象, 3 turning the Dharma. You say turning the wheel, right? Dharma wheel, 转法轮. And keep on going, right? To preach the Dharma. Which clearly illustrated in the depth of the sequence of the Four Noble Truths. So what are the 3 turning? I just highlight to you one first, the rest you read up by yourself. You see this paragraph, count from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, on the 3 line there. It says the first turning, this first turning of the Dharma wheel, 第一转法轮, enable these 5 bhikkhus to understand and firm belief. So this first turning Dharma wheel is to the 5 bhikkhus, 跟5比丘讲. Okay? Can you turn to page 176? I think today, due to time constraint, we just highlight to you one turning wheel first, 第一转法轮. Can you see the first line there? Accumulation should be severed. According to the verse there, if it is not, it will engender suffering. Right? Otherwise, we will get suffer. And one will be unable to live birth and death. So extinction should be realized. This alone is liberation. So this is a first turning, right? First turning to the 5 bhikkhus initially. And the second turning, we try to finish this paragraph. Now this was the second turning. Now we are mentioning this one. This is the second turning of the wheel, which urge people to know suffering. Severed accumulation, 断集. Severe accumulation. Realize extinction. 正灭. And practice the way. 修道. Thereby moving from knowledge to action. Okay? And from action to realization. So these are in sequence. So this is the second turning. The second turning. Okay, I must have cover one more now. Finish the third one. The next paragraph. So after that, the Buddha explained to this disciple his own experience. I have completely understood suffering, self-accumulation, realized extinction, and accomplished the way. In other words, from knowing, severing, realizing, and practice the Four Noble Truths, I have accomplished, it means finished already, the great event of becoming liberated from birth and death and realize nirvana. Only that one can realize nirvana. So why do you not follow me and practice to accomplish these two? This was the third turning, 第三个, in which the Buddha used his own personal experience as proof to strengthen his disciple determination to believe, understand, and practice. So it means third one, he used his experience to convince them. Right? To convince them. And this is the third turning Dharma wheel, 三转法轮. Okay? So now 11, 16, 17 already. So today, due to time constraint, we stop here. And our next lesson will be 6th of March. Huh? Okay. So please hold the palm and follow me. May all the merits thus accumulated be dedicated to all sentient beings. May all sentient beings and I together attain Buddhahood. Okay, please stand up. Okay, please hold the palm. One bow to the Buddha. Okay, see you 6th of March.
他就要跟师父上问讯，谢谢师父的教导。
Okay, see you. Go for lunch.
谢谢师父。